I do like this kind of format too, but sadly, no. Hello everyone! My name is Kirivaka and I'm your host and your voice is entertaining. I may not have no idea what the fuck I'm doing. I have some idea, but still. There's gonna be lots of things to do today. Today. Do 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 do. Today. Do 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 do. Well, I'm going to do something about this. Hold on a little bit. Frame size, go back to the smallest. 5 seconds animations. Drag it all the way to here. Everything should be okay now. Just going to zoom in a tiny bit more. Okay, let's do this. Zero 0.5. Again. Oh, gosh dang it. Stop snapping. Stop snapping! Okay, good. Ooh-wee, what the fuck? Control-C, Control-V. Nope, it doesn't work. Duplicate layers. Then Manco lo messio. saying. Hold on. Không cầu mà do 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 Kau to cầm đó. Hey, hi, good kings. Been a while. Been a few days. Try my best. Yeah, Christmas time don't really have a lot of people want to work, but I did manage to did a few jobs thanks to Ma. Like this particular one that I made is actually pretty nice. But also like, hiya! Enjoy your Christmas. Christmas. For me, eh, just surviving. Manage to earn enough money. This particular month is not a very kind month to me. Why is Christmas? I know it's like happy day for lots of people, but also it's because it's Christmas. Nobody want artwork because they're saving money for lots of other stuff. You know, it's the time of the year everyone try to like treat themselves a little bit, buy some good food. Happens like want to like do a lot more stuff like for their families and like treat themselves a little bit much more better that days. And also like they have to like prepare for like New Year's stuff too. So it's not like they can like spend shit tons amount of money unless it's like they already like they already pay some stuff that like due for Christmas for like last month. Okay, unless it's like last month job, it's like not going to be like able to like accept lots of job. It's like a commissions like area kind of like limbo time. Because like the beginning of the years and the end of the years is always like such a big spending spree like around that time. Usually not lots of people have like lots of like funding or money to do like lots of other things. Especially the economy nowadays is just horrendous. I'd be count myself lucky if I can actually get hit some money. Just had some drink with my friends, with my very long time friends, which is a very good thing because like I haven't seen him for a very long time. Let and have some honest talk togethers and stuff. Those general things and like yeah, he sometimes he lay out the things, but I can definitely say that it's not like I don't know. It's like, hey, your living situation is pretty much fucked. I'd be like, yeah, I know that. I have lots of people tell me that. It's not that I don't want to change though. Yeah, sometimes it's like I would say I admit like everything, like the ugly stuff that people have to like tell me about it. It's like I already like know that and admit that a long time ago, but you know, eh, it's like a little bit too late. You know, like used to be a guy who do dreaming, and yeah, the honeymoon time is gone, and once I notice it, it's already like yeah, life already like gone through some certain stage. I already cannot like go back anymore. For me, it's just that this is technically my last hurrah of my life. If I can't, I'm just going to waste my life away. No more for myself. Like I got my chances. But either way, down aside. Hey, I got myself a like a new kind of like idea when it comes to making animations. Okay, I'm going to create my own unique kind of like animation stuff. It's like general animations. There's too many people like know how to do that. I've been thinking about how to do a certain type of very unique, low budget animations, which is still going to cost a lot, but compared to like you know usual standard animation, this thing's like yes, it's really cheap, but the grandeur like of the how things is working is going to be very very unique. I call this the motion comic. Technically, motion comic exists a long time ago. It's just yeah, like not lots of people like watch comic anymore. But nowadays, it have a rise of like popularity due to fucking AI. Thank you, AI. Yeah, because like AI has been like everywhere, also like in Twitters. You know, like they now you can just like flat out editing like other people works. So a lot more people try to like circumvent that by uploading GIF. You know, so like they can edit like pictures, but they can't edit GIF. So if they do that, so they upload like one singular image, and that is technically just a 2 second GIF or like 1 second GIF or something like that. So that way they can kind of like circumvent the issues that the system doesn't read like the things they do is a picture. So they can't like do like those kind of AI edit on the spot using like Google Grok, not Google Grok, Twitter Grok. Yee. Also because of that, it lowers down like a lot of like art quality just because of that. Yeah, but the problem is like doing that does in a way lower down the quality of the artwork is because like GIF have their own limitations. They have like limitation how many colors you can kind of like put into the GIF work. So it's going to look a little bit like weird, like artifact when you kind of like have those kind of colors in it. But the problem is, yeah, the problem is when you do those kind of things, okay, it's going to downgrade your artwork a little bit. But if you already draw it in a way that is like intentionally for that, then it will be different. Since a lot of people kind of like start doing some drawing that kind of like a little bit lower qualities, but it's still kind of like awesome looking artwork. But at the same time, you can notice like their character is blinking, move a tiny little bit, maybe they're talking or something like that. For me, it's like this is a good time for me to actually like do a lot more like motion pictures, kind of like animations. So this way is much more better for me to work things out. For me, I'm making like a prototype of like this. I'm making like a animation. This is like originally it was like this. Okay, it was like this, and then like in like one frame, like I do like one more like extra frame in here, suddenly appeared and do the polling thing. Tap! And then because of that, and then like I appeared inside the scene, snap open this thing, and then this thing disappeared, and then I'll be appearing inside the scene. So it's basically like I'm making the comic in a way that you can kind of like read it frame by frame, you know? Like things appear like accordingly, those kind of things. If you play closer online, you understand what is keyboard torches. The true meaning of keyboard torches. It will kill your keyboard so many times. Over. I'm not even kidding. Try to search closer online and you try to play that game. You understand what is called playing fucking piano on a gosh dang keyboard. Also, hi there, Mary. Yes, it's supposed to be animations. I'm currently making an animations. This is what we call motion comic. So the panel will appear like one by one, and also there's lots of actions that's going to like appear and disappear. Like didn't I already told you about it? Unless you're a different Mary, okay? We have been talking to two different Mary for my entire life. Yeah, my TTS keep like repeating what you guys just said. Ah, it's gonna get a little bit confusing for me. For me, not you guys. Ooh, it's a little bit silence today. Not you guys. It's just that I feel a little bit tiny bit of silence because I have no music playing. It's still Jingle Bell music. So you guys listening to Jingle Bell music, and while I'm listening to actual music. And not my fault YouTube want to do that to me, okay? Yeah, I'm listening to Dan 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 opening. So if I this thing up the top and remove this thing. Yep, looking nice. Looking nice. This kind of like lighting technique is just, you know, like really strong key lighting. You just give like a very like vague like line is kind of like close to what it is kind of represent. And one, I need to add one more lighting here, which is animations when it comes to annoying. Everything. Yeah, the animations is practically the world most annoying stuff that you can find. Okay, there's no things in animations is kind of like there's literally like zero things that is like fun for animation most of the time. Yes, I can have fun with animation, but that is like individual project, okay? It's like I'm doing what I want in the first place, so it's kind of fine. But the problem when you actually kind of like doing it for like as a job is the most fucking tedious thing in your life. Like, people do animation for the job as a job, they should actually get properly paid. It is such a tedious job that sometimes like it's not really worth it at all to work as a gosh dang fucking animators. But if you're doing it as your own personal jobs and stuff, or like, you know, you don't have to like do a lot of things, it's like under people kind of like flag of things, or like you are living in such a situations that yeah, you just like to do the tedious work about like animation, then yeah, go ahead, have some fun with it. And why do you spell like animation in a funny fucking way? Just call it animations. You don't have to be fancy. You're not fucking Italian, unless you are. Not even Italian, I think it's French. What do you find the most annoying part about animation? The animation is a very delicate art of mastery. If you do not understand what the Hukeo actually understand about animation, you will never be able to master the art of animation. No, I'm not trying to think about it though. This sounds like super ridiculous, right? So yeah, it is. Yeah. Yeah, it's not satisfying for me if I'm, especially when you're that's the thing. I'm not a French, so trying to say it like that, I feel a little bit like pretentious. Yep, good enough, good enough. This is just a prototype, so it's not going to... It's just a proof of concept at the moment. So I'm going to make another one, which is going to be a multi-side polygon. Okay. Let's see. Do I have like a polygon frame? Nope, it doesn't have any polygon frame. So I need to do some cutting again, which is do something like this. Okay. Ooh, why does this thing cut everything? Okay. I need to work on this. Let me see if I can do some cutting in here. Yeah, good. So all I have to do is just open this thing up and select all of this. Again, select. Oh no, I can't select everything like this. I have to know what I'm selecting at the moment. This is this. Okay. You do is select this, and proceed to delete. So I can do. Oh shit! Why is that thing moved together? Why do you guys move together? The fuck are you guys moving together with? That requires a huge amount of like art technique to be like brought into. Even I know how to do it, it's going to take a long ass time for me to do it. To the point that it not worth it. Like it's not like people sponsor me money that I can like burn through my entire life just to make it happen. Sadly. Like imagine this, like the time it's going to consume that going to make this thing happen is going to. I'm going to spend like way more time doing it than spending it like how I would like explain it. It's just I try to run a Ko-Fi kind of like Ko-Fi donathon about people funding me for my 3D model. And nobody actually funded me. That's the issues. Even I have an idea for that thing doesn't mean that I can do it. Even I know how to do it doesn't mean that I can do it. If I don't do my commission work, I'm not going to have money. I'm not going to have some money. I'm not going to eat. Like those kind of things. The technique of using a 2D face and a 3D body, those kind of stuff like does exist. The problem is, do you really have the fucking time to do it? I can do almost anything, to be honest. I have the skill to do it. I am a 3D animator at the end. But the problem is, do I have the fucking time to do it? Unless you guys like sponsor me money to do to do those things in the first place, like forget about asking me those kind of things. Like seriously, you have to forget to ask me those kind of things because it's going to be a very downer stuff. Because anything is literally possible. It's like this is the year of like beyond like 2020, okay? Art commissions. People pay me, I draw. And sometimes I do donathon, people donate me, and then like I got the money to kind of live through that day. Then yeah, I can do some event like that. You know? You can literally look at like my Ko-Fi over there. you take a look into my Ko-Fi. I have like a special Ko-Fi goal. It's called Sketchathon. Like, I need a certain fund for me to actually do another Sketchathon again. What a Sketchathon is basically, I go through, find any VTubers with, who is having an anniversary or who is like having a birthday. I'm going to give them a sketch as a very kind of complete sketch. And then like with colors and everything, and then like give it to them as like a birthday present or anniversary present, those kind of things. Like, do things for a little bit of goodwill, Not a lot of people can pay for like artwork, so this is like a community funded effort for me to kind of like able to draw lots of like art for people. But the problem is, if I'm going to do that, means I'm going to put all my work into stop. I'm going to stop doing marketing. I'm going to stop making content. I'm going to stop making like getting jobs for commissions. I'm going to stop like doing commission work. Essentially, I just put all the things on stop when I do something like that. Okay, every single time I stream, I'm going to make a sketch. That is the fact. But if I don't manage to get any money from it, means like I don't have time to pay my electricity bill. I don't have time to pay for my food. I don't have time to pay for my like internet bill. I don't have time for like maybe save up some money. If like one fucking thunderstrike decided to kill my computers, I don't have money to fix it. Every action have an equal amount of responsibility to actually to take care. The problem is I don't have the money to. If you have the money to give to me to let me have those wave those responsibility away, obviously I can just do whatever the fuck I want. But the problem is I am not as rich as you think. It's not like one artwork that I created and posted out, I get so many fucking likes to the point that people just give me money. Below minimum wage. Just going to tell this thing. I'm not going to brag about all the money I'm going to get, actually. It's just that going to be below minimum wage. Okay? Despite I'm earning money on USD, but doesn't mean I actually earn enough money to live. Thankfully, I live in a good environment. I have a house from my family. I live together with my family. All I need to do is to take care of myself, that I don't have to take money from my family. Then it's enough. And also at the same time, I have to pay my own like electricity bill. This thing costs money. Stream, use, my computer costs electricity money, okay? And then my light costs money. My food costs money. My internet costs money. Everything costs money. At least I have to pay my side of the bill for those kind of things, okay? I see you. You don't have to hide so many times. I'm talking about something else. Like, I'm not going to say halfway and then say hi to you. It's not like... If you are going to like drop like $10 for me and then say hi, I would immediately say hi back to you. But you're not in the situation of that, okay? You're not a high roller in my stream at the moment. It's going to be very rude, like halfway having a conversation and just like imagine you talk to a friend, and then like you're halfway a conversation, you immediately snap to the left side and say hi, and then continue. Okay, let's continue our conversations. It feel like ignoring someone, Yeah, you look at a screen, a tiny screen, you gotta type twice. And also, why is my thingy like... I have to like... Hold on a little bit. Studio mode. Let's go back. Well, because it's not there. My system aren't omnipotent, okay? Like sometimes it does have bugs and stuff I need to take care of. And it's back. I need to refresh a few times for it to come back. And I'm not a professional streamer. If I had people pay me, I would like do my stream much more diligently. It's not I'm getting paid for the shit at the moment. If you guys want to let me start to earn money in my streaming and stuff, watch me a lot more. Like, don't even have to like watch me. Just like, here's the thing. Like, YouTube has changed like how the watch time works. Like, if you mute me while like you just want to look around and then mute me, it's not going to work. You have to like lower down the volume to almost just 1%. Then you still can consider that I am kind of like you're still kind of watching me. Because if you mute, they actually know that you're just lurking. So if you're lurking, they are not going to like consider you as my view or my you know, or like any hour that you stay in there have any use. It's just literally going to be wasted. You wasted internet, wasted your electricity bill, wasted your time. Sadly, that's how YouTube works right now. You need to have a little bit of interactions. Like the moment you type to me, like the moment you do something for me, then they will still consider that maybe like that few minutes of interaction considered as actual view. That's the kind of like the sad part of like the situations at the moment for like streaming and a lot of people and stuff. Blame the bot. Like they YouTube has been doing lots of like stupid ass shit. It's just due to the fucking bot. It's like claiming all the space and doing lots of like scummy weird ass shit. I can't even like, you know, do a lot of like protection against it at this moment. Again, I am trying to it's not going to work. I'm basically creating a new type of process of like turning my art into a animations, but it's kind of like a comic, but also same time an animation. It's motion comic. But at the moment, I kind of run into block. It's more or less the limitations. This thing is basically just the limitation of the work is happening here at the moment. If you guys don't understand what I'm talking about, it's just some animations issues that I deal with. Oh, wait, I think I can. It's working, it's working. Don't have to think too much about this. Just go to... This thing is going to play out so well. So well. So if I draw something like this, I'm going to make animations like this is like going to pull down. Tick tock. Okay, so this animations is going to be maybe like a half a second of movement. Going to be happening in here, so it's 24 seconds or 24 frames, so let's make it like 22 frame. Yep, things just happening in here. Yeah, have a good night for you too, good kings, and I'll be like keep continuing doing my work. Hopes you'll be able to like see it. Try to pay attention to the community posts. I'm just going to start posting them more because Twitter is kind of fucked at this moment. So yeah, and I'm not even kidding about that. Twitter is like really seriously fucked at the moment, especially for artists. It's gonna be good for me is like people are not going to post more stuff in there. I can like dominate the thingy when people are not posting. I don't give a shit about my like art getting feed into AI. I'm kind of like a medium quality art producer in the first place. It's not like I'm doing like my high level like art craft in the first place. My art comes with my creativity, not comes from my art skill, sadly. I'm not the best artist in the world, but also because I'm aware of that, I can do way more stuff than what I want. So this is going to be like a full second animations, but it's going to happen like in a split second here. That is going to be this particular one. Set this thing as a keyframe. Okay, good. Set this thing as the keyframe. Keyframe here. Okay. And then this particular keyframe that I'm going to put for you is to go down. And this would become screen. Let's do this. Okay, covering the entire screen. I'm going to give you this this thing going to come one frame lower, but I'm going to copy this one, copy, and paste, and hold this thing so back to here. Oops. It's going again. Copy this. Paste this. Select this tree frame. Is going to back in here. So no, why it's not accurate? Oh, since I kind of like draw them in like a weird ass way in the first place. Okay. Okay, this one. 1, 2, 3. Copy you and paste you, and now you're going to be updated. Going to that shorten you, so it become like a. Ooh, this one is a little bit. Still a little bit fast, so let me try to split the clip first and delete this. Then I'm going to select everything here and alternate, you can kind of like squeeze them down, okay? Squeeze them right. So me, I want to squeeze them to this rate. But let me kind of like correct them first, okay? Then I can squeeze them. This particular frame, they are going to stay the same, which is going to be keyframe this thing, but let me see. I'm going to keyframe the layer opacities and going to keyframe the layer opacity here. Another keyframe of the layer opacity here. Okay. Again, keyframe the layer opacity, keyframe the layer opacities. This one going to maintain 100, and then at this one I'm going to maintain 0. This one also maintain 0. Okay, so it becomes move this thing off to this layers. Yeah, good, good, good. I do need to extend this frame a little bit. Yeah! Nice. Okay, all we have to do now is to put this thing almost right smack that in the centers. And same thing with this particular frame one. I'm going to animate you. From 0 opacity to here, maybe like around this time, become 100% opacity. At 7 frame. Okay, so around this frame, let's go to 0 and it become this. And when it reached this particular frame, at first this thing is like 0 frame stuff. Okay, and here, oh, didn't I? Oh, this is the first time. It didn't matter. Okay. This moment, this thing will become 0 opacity. But around this time, this thing is 100. And then same with others. Well, with the basics because they are lazy, like me. So right here is 0. Then this one. Funny thing, the TTS is basically like repeating like the 7th time, which is really annoying. Let's say again, like it's practically just, you know, people don't really want to make things complicated. It does shorten a lot of times, as you kind of like already can see. Aha! So if I decided to, let's click on this thing. So if I play this particular seconds, let me make it easier. Okay, this is what I think I talk about. But I still like in a little bit like experimental concept, so this thing is not exactly like 100% what I want at the moment. Let me try to like drag out the frame. Okay, the problem is this thing fade away a little bit too fast, so let's remove this and put this frame in here. Then yes, so it kind of fade out like with less time. You drag this to why does thing keep going into different thing? Let me. Yeah, I just want to look into this layers, okay? I don't want to see too much things. Why keep focusing on this fucking frame? But it kind of like already is kind of like there, so it's pretty nice. Alright. The concept is proven. Okay, I can keep making like a full comic for this one. It's like talking about like what kind of a new content I can make with this thing. Okay? And I can play with some font, play with some like speech bubble, those kind of stuff. Like it's a very interesting way to kind of like show the comic and animations. Itself is like a entertainment. People can kind of like see it in loop and everything's like try to spot like every single tiny stuff that I can add on in the futures. It's like a slowly built up skill that I have. Like this is like first time I kind of doing it, so I don't really have the process like nailed down yet. But it kind of like you've seen like especially like in my older kind of like art. My older, I can show you guys. This is my older like carving style. Back then I was still developing like the style. So the first ever version I made actually, let me kind of like find it, okay? It's a really fucking colorful version, okay? Because I still don't know how to like the process works, so I'm just like randomly draw myself in. Yes, this one. So this itself, okay, this is like the poor imitations versions of like this is like the, I can technically say, the first ever iterations of carving style that I made, okay? Okay, this is the first iteration of the carving style I made. Kind of. This is like I did it on purpose. But back in the days when I tried to like write novel, okay, when I tried to make novel, and let me try to find this. New folders. Is it you? No, not you. Not commission art. Scene asset. Quick sketch. Not quick sketch. Comp file. Not used. Show reel. Ah, yes, this one. I think I can find it in here. Like my really, really old art. This is like something I did like maybe like 7 years ago. So this is the artwork I made kind of like 7 years ago. Okay, it's kind of like the first time I ever like did this thing. Like it's like I made like I read like a, you know, a novel story, this and that and stuff. Like this is one of the scene that I decided to draw for the novel story, using as like a template, kind of like build up more upon it. But this is like first time I ever does this thing. At first, it was just like, you know, I want have a lot of spark and lighting going on there. So I want a really, really strong, like cell shaded line. But doing this kind of give me an idea of do something like this, you know? And I did a really, really fucking poor job at it. Okay? And as time passed, I kind of clicked and made this. Ta-da! So it kind of clicked for me, and then I made this thing. Technically, this is like the third one I made, like after like the colorful like self-portrait versions. This is actually the when I actually like, yeah, I should develop a process for it. So I kind of make this thing. I draw one of my friends for fun, and yeah, this is like kind of like the first iteration I ever made. And this is the after I finished that colorful one that my friends won, and I understand how to do things like properly. So this is like the me like understand the process. I develop a proper process for it, and then I continue to make a few more. Where's it? Where's it? Where's it? So yeah, I continue made a few more. This is like the more upgraded version of it. Is as time passed, like I keep developing like process to actually make this thing. The more I did, like the more I kind of like able to learn how to do it properly. I still kind of like really relying on like the heavy inking, kind of like erased most of like the detail stuff, but still kind of like show a little bit of stuff as highlight. So when you kind of like show everything as a highlight, it kind of like only have bright color in it. So I end up like, if you look at all my like the rest of the carving style art, the color choice that I use is really bright because it's kind of like start up as like very heavy inking. Like the only color that you kind of like sort of can see is like highlighted colors. So they are really fucking bright for reasons. And as time passed, like I did more stuff, this and that, yeah, the other things, and I refined the process to be able to like show less inking. This one is like let me challenge, like understand that, oh, black color is my enemy. So I learned how to use like the highlight to kind of like define the shape, but later on I also like more and more I thin out like the line art that I create, like the heavy inking like line art as time passed. Where is it? So yeah, this is like one of the few ones that I made. Is like you can kind of like see like the inking is kind of like getting lesser and lesser because like I'm trying my best to like reduce the inking as much as possible as time passed, because I know when I use a lot of inking, something like this, is because I created just to skip as much detail as possible. You can see like I can skip the chair detail, I can skip the like the clothing folding detail, this and that stuff. It's for me to kind of like having like lazily skip a lot of detail just from like using the heavy inking. So when I starting to like reduce the inking reduce like the inking line, it slowly like behave in a different way, and this is what my like hold on. So this is like the proper understanding of like how to do it properly, like not over relying on the inking. You can see this thing, I have a much more like less inking in here. I'm trying to think about it as like try my best to turn this thing into a coloring page. So for me, it's like easier for me to understand like how my fucking thing works. And the next iteration of this thing is turning into this. Ta-da! So now you can see like my inking have become like lesser and lesser, relying on like very heavy inking. The line is getting thinner and thinner. I'm kind of like just using it as a turning it into like coloring page, like kind of like style. And then I try to color it. This is what you see. Yeah, because like end up like again like back then the way I used to color is only expose highlight area. So my color itself that I starting to use is like a very, very high brightness kind of like high brightness kind of like coloring skill. So you can kind of like see like the way I do my color is really, really vibrant in a way. People might think like, oh, this is like over oversaturated at this point. Like this thing is so fucking bright, but it kind of become like some certain style. You can see this is like on purpose style instead of like me not trying to like do color theory properly. I do know color theory, okay? But it's just end up like you can see this thing like only exposed as like highlight, so it kind of like end up as like a habit. Not really sure it's a good habit or bad habit, but it is a habit of how I did my things. Yeah. This thing might not be like a 7-second animations, to be honest. It's going to be a little bit headache for me to kind of like expose this thing. Whew. Well, either way, again, like somehow you already say hi already. You don't have to say what's up again, unless this is not RV again. This is a separate RV. This is a different RV from like more. It's like from another time zone. Hi there, different RV from another time zone. Ironically, there's someone with the same name with you, and then already say hi like not long ago, and then now he's like saying hi again. Either it's that or like just a different RV just drop by and then say hi. Yeah, the music kind of stopped for me. Not in your side, in my side, so yeah. Just hear all the mixed. Bing bang bang bing bang bang. I really love this anime actually, like the way they animated and also like the music. The opening is so fucking good. It's basically like peak anime style actually. It kind of brought back a feeling like of the anime from back in the days too, like watching like, you know, MASH. Funny things about like the part, like, you know, like you're watching MASH like opening music is like they say kagameo. It's basically like a mirror of the wall. They try to like do that thing, but because I am you know, Malaysian Chinese, I hear different word. I hear 看到没有. It's like see that. I have my brain just automatically translate into that one. And if you never hear that way, now you kind of hear it, so you cannot unhear it now. Ah, YouTube, you did it again. Oops, YouTube, you did it again. You being an asshole to me. You disconnect my account again. I need to connect it again. Hold on. Da, da, da. Da, da, da. Okay, again, I'm going to use this one. Let's draw a line out of the chair, being like already leaned down. Alright, it's easier for me to do this. This one going to be a little bit much more difficult to draw because like I'm going to separate multiple thing. If you kind of didn't notice, this is like the original like ideas. So it's going to lean downward with the click and then the lighting and everything, you know. And then the leg is like going to have like separate frame on it. It's going to move and that and yada yada stuff. Then there's going to be an additional frame for the leg is going to be like on top of like this particular frame is going to like it again, like it's just a proof of concept that I can do something like this. Once I did it and I can do it, obviously I can do it. It's just that again going to prove that, and then I'm going to slowly refine the process. Technically I can't even slowly to a point like I actually need to like boom, like make it happen and stuff like that. Okay. Ligado, ligado, da 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 da. Hey, hi there, Fox. Doing great, doing great. I'm creating a new concept of like content, like art content. I'm going to like show in the futures. Again, it's just a proof of concept. I haven't like really actually like fully realized it yet. I need some time for me to be able to do this properly. Okay. Essentially is a motion comic, because like if you know like what happened like in Twitter at the moment, is basically like any image is actually like Grok is just going to take it and just like edit it over it. So anyone that posts any like the work in progress artwork is just going to get fucked over. So a lot more people are posting like GIF animations at the moment, okay? But doing that have an issues, because the issues is like GIF have like a limited color palette. So when you do those kind of things, it's going to have like some weird like shading artifact is going to happen. So it's not like the best way to do it. I can't even like show you the shading artifact. Like you're going to need like some things to go for it. Oh gosh dang it, I need to like hold on a little bit. I need to remove this. Gosh dang bot, get away from me. So imagine like something like this. Image like this. I'm not going to like export it in GIF, because like it's going to have lots of weird artifact, because like the shadings, you can see multiple layer of like gradient, this and that other stuff, because things like this have a certain limitations. If I'm going to pull this thing out, like remount. So if I actually show you this, okay, this GIF, this is actually a very blunt colors, but you kind of look into it, like this is like a weird like artifact is happening in there, because GIF do not handle like blending that well. So if you're going to make a animations, you're going to need to limit a lot of things to make this thing happen. Okay, turn it into like a GIF. So it have like this kind of like weird ass artifact. Like really depends on RNG, like how they're going to select the colors. It's not going to be 100% correct color. So having gradient is like depends on like you did it on purpose, knowing the artifact will happen, or did it unknowingly and then it kind of like screw up your kind of like work at the end. So I'm trying to create a much more like cell shaded colors, like limited as much color as possible. It's still kind of like having color at the same times. It's just a proof of concept first. I haven't really like doing it properly. I need to make like animations like happening here. Like you can see it here. I haven't really like started yet. So this is like the leg will kind of like lay down here and leaning on the table and stuff. You know, you can see there's lots of animation things like happening here, but it's still at the end it's just a, you know, like a comic frame. It's not going to be really nice looking because again, like everything is kind of like I just wing it at the moment, like according to the flow. It's kind of like you have to start at first to like build a concept, and then like later on you kind of like be better at it. Because there's kind of like lots of things that are going on in here. This one, I need to separate draw the shoe first. So I'm going to remove you. Yeah, like especially when you're trying to have like an idea of it, and then you kind of like have to use like some creative process to like make it happen. So the art itself is going to be very scuffed, but as time passed, like I will try to refine it and turn it into more comic-fi. Like comic-fi like the entire process and everything. Yeah, it's not the full shoe. I'm just trying to like connect the lines so easier for me to kind of like fill in the color. Like sometimes some people like misunderstood like, why do you draw a shoe like this? This is not how a shoe looks like. And I'd be like, you can't visible like in this part, okay? This is like outside the gosh dang fucking bound. I just like draw it to kind of like, you know where the fucking shoe is. Because you do have to do one thing is to keep like minimum amount of the consistency of most of the things that you draw. Like if my scuff shoe, despite it still being scuffed, is like being in here, you still have to color them that like properly, I do say this is because sometimes the frustrations of sometimes people don't understand the process. They will ask some like really dumb questions sometimes. But it's not exactly dumb. It's more like they really do not know the process like going through to make this thing. So that question is more out of like innocent misunderstanding, Like some people can be really angry about this kind of things because it is in many cases a very dumb questions. But people don't know art, they will ask the fucking obvious. But I do not have the patience for it sometimes. Don't even have to be like what question. It's more like the general things, like the most basic stuff like about art and stuff. Sometimes it can happen for a lot of people because again, it's a very, very like basic question. Sometimes it's like, why your line draw like this? Why do you shade like this? Why do you do this? Why do that? It's like the most general question you can like listen to like from a person who actually don't know a thing about art. Sometimes they ask it on purpose, but sometimes they kind of like accidentally ask it without really know it, or like just misunderstand like the thing that you did is like, hey, I don't want this thing to be there, and then like in reality it's there for reasons, like something like that. Worst case scenario, they don't accept anything that you talk about it and just want something like dumb. But it is a process that like they have to like go through time to time. Especially when someone like didn't watch the process happens, and then like they just join in halfway. They see like, hey, why did you draw this like such a fucking wrong way? Like they'll be like, yeah, the context is actually really fucking important for lots of things, you know? If you don't know context, like you want to add some like pointers or words for it, it's going to be very difficult. Like even for actual artists, they're going to land into this kind of like context trap. You know? Especially when art is so fucking subjective sometimes, like you can do something is like wildly different like from how another artist like normally do. Despite like you see like, oh, this guy drawing this guy like similar like art style with this guy, so like he must follow the process of that guy that I know. You know? It's like, no, bitch. That's not how art works. Like, we study other people's art, yes, sometimes, but we have our own process, like, later on in the futures. Like, we are not fucking printers. So again, like, it's something difficult to kind of like explain most of the time. So now you see this, is I put it in the frame. You can't see the foot, you can't see most of the foot detail. Unless I decided to, you know, like do some wiggle fun like this. Like even I'm going to like limit the movement or something like this. You know? The anatomy is completely fucking wrong, obviously. I'm just like doing, again, this is the concept art, okay? Not the actual fucking art here. This is something that can be done this way. Especially you need to, like something like complex as this, you need something to kind of like work with the process first to understand properly how a thing works, to be able to kind of like make it like work properly. So I can like pull this thing out now again, and then okay, going to merge merge the selected item. Going to merge the selected item. Okay, this is go back. This thing here. I name them kind of for reasons. Some name, some not name, because like it's easier for me. I know what the fuck I draw. Okay. Alright then. Whatever you're doing, good luck. Ooh, it seems that I need to be like even way behind of everything. Yeah, it's a little bit difficult for me to concentrate, to be honest. It's like I just went out to eat this morning and then my friends called me out to kind of hang out. So I end up in a situation like my brain right now is not really like able to focus. I need to take my medications. So this is this thing, turn it on. Turn it into smooth animations. Okay, this kind of thing, I need to up the positions of the Ooh, I really need to go to the toilet. But, hold on a little bit. Okay, now I can go. Hold on a little bit. Be back soon. I know you did that on purpose. Gosh dang it. This is a gosh dang like secret code that you actually watch me. I think I actually need to like make it like I'm smiling much more better. You know? Yeah, usually I do a much more professional things, but this is just like a proof of concept. Basically, I'm just going to make like 2-frame, like mouse shape on saying like all this thing. So I'm on the ying, ow. So I can go back to this one. Technically, I can even like zoom in to know like how much frame I'm actually using. So this is 1, 2, yep, on 2. Like when it comes to lip syncs, like it's better like do it like on 2. It's much more like easy to do this. Wait a minute. Oh, this. Trying out this Eve. Ooh. Call mate. For Matt. To say also hi there, Healy. I just noticed like my TTS doesn't talk. My TTS don't say like emoji, so I didn't notice you. Ada. Hold on a little bit, let me try to like fill this thing in, okay? For Matt. Okay, let's say this. Yo. Trying out blah blah. I don't even have to match the vowel that properly. I just need to have like enough that people kind of can see it, because it's just going to happen in a split seconds, you know? Literally, it's in a split seconds. Like lots of things. Like if you can see it, then is your. Then is your like eye being really fucking good, okay? Okay. This one, delete. Okay, let's turn this thing back on. Which we're gonna turn back a lot of things that I'm going to like work on. Later on, you guys will see like how awesome this thing is. Okay. Yeah, because the chair leg is kind of like, if I really need to skew it, it's kind of like in this kind of positions. Okay. Gonna do something here, and then in the marking here. This one I'm going to give myself a raise. And then I need to give myself some already start on this, and then lean more toward it. And something like this, something like back, and come back here. I'm going back to like 0-degree angle. So, this is the final result of what I just did, okay? Render, my kids! Yeah, I think I need to like extend quite a lot of stuff. Oh no, this is going to like kill me. I guess I'm going to expand this thing to fucking like 9 minutes now. Just gonna drag everything, extend it to the end. This is what happened if you didn't like set up the process like properly. This is my fault, but yeah. Now I'm in pain because of it. I don't need this thing. Grabbed it. Oh! So this thing will now animate in a much more proper manner. Let me try to turn this into movie MP4, and then I'm going to edit this thing, turning it into like a GIF, because like using like the easy GIF like system to kind of convert a video is like you get a much more accurate like color data for some reasons. I don't even know, like apparently like easy GIF is just fucking magic at this point. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, I did quite a lot of stuff. If anyone to do a little bit chatting while I'm kind of like have a lot of free time right now. Planning a little bit of like New Year's drawing too. There's going to be a little bit much more things going on there in the futures. Anyway. Hello there everyone, my name is Kirivaka and I'm my host and your voice here is to entertain you and may not have no idea what the fuck I'm doing. So yeah, hi there everyone. What is it, 10 or something? Okay, I'm trying to click a little bit this, a little bit that, like see anyone actually like manage to see my work or not. This and that. Quite lots of stuff going on. Alright, I've been trying a lot. Like a 4 fucking hour work here. Either way, this is going to be like a full day of like 1-page like motion comic. If I don't do any more stuff, this is like basically just like one full like motion comic. Like a very scuffed one, but still. Like add on the movement and everything is actually quite nice in many ways. So yeah. Well, I'm beat, and also like late night for me. So as always, guys, stay healthy, stay safe. Until next time, stay tuned on the next stream. Bye bye.